Hello, everyone. How are we doing tonight? How are we on this fine eve? We are here for uh our rotated game, I guess. A rotated playthrough. Hello and goodbye. Here, I'm just claiming my streak. Snake is like, I can't watch this stream because it's spoilers. But I'll be damned if I'm losing my streak. Are we all doing this fine, Eve? We are here for our rotated game. I appoint Pata to be Chaos Gremlin in my place. Oh no. that might be a problem. That might be a problem. Because I don't know how Chaos Gremlin Pata can be. I don't know how to be a Chaos Gremlin, so it's less of a problem. Got it. I was like, I don't know how much he can be, and Pata just comes in. I don't even know how to do that. I cannot match next chaos. Not my problem. So I was planning on coming into the stream with eyeshadow on. But dinner came in a little late. A little later than I thought, so I kind of had to get everything ready, and then by the time I had everything ready, I couldn't even. I have to look up a tutorial to put on the eyeshadow. And so at some point I will put in. Also, because you have not had for 2 streams, cereal. 1,000 cereals. Took me 9 years to collect the cereals. Yum yum cereals. Good. But instead of asexual. No, we need to get this done. Maybe that could be a Tuesday thing. See how that goes. Start it with a makeup while watching a tutorial while trying to do it myself, and then move on to whatever. See how good it looks for the rest of the stream. Anyway, let's get this started, shall we? Now, I don't exactly remember where we were, but now that I'm seeing... Oh yes, we called in Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Vancy. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy that both Scotland Yard and the good luck catching the crims. Thank you. The agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end. Oh wait, these aren't normal asexual attorneys. These are great asexual. I really need to put a background. I need to get a layout, like an actual layout, so that I can have like chat over here, alerts on the bottom, and then fucking game in the middle, so that because I'm noticing my pink text is getting a little bit muddled around the area of where he's pointing to. But it should be fine. I read these out anyway. Most of the time. Most of the time, don't push it. Don't fucking push it. As any prosecutor worth his salt. He's pointing at me. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. Oh, that's right. That's her. I was like, who the fuck? Who is that head holding a head? And then I was like, oh yes, Potter's crush. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. Oh, do I need to turn down the music at all? Or are you guys good? Or can you hear both me and the music? This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. No, the music fine. Hey. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes. Officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? And so it's you. I tried to, like, sort of style my hair today. Style. And by that, I mean place it differently. A little bit. Just a little bit differently. To see if it works. Probably doesn't. There's a part of my hair in the back, like right here, you can see that kind of curls up a little bit, and I don't know why it does that. And I needed to stop doing that. Idea, wig, Hatsune Miku wig win. I'd wear it for the meme. I'd have to find a good Hatsune Miku wig. I'm not sure it would fit on the camera though. Her hair is big. According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? I have turned my voice module off. You will not be able to talk to me. Well, you can talk to me, but I can't talk to you. My voice module is off. Beep boop. Was you... If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound, it would compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. You turned off your voice, how'd you tell us? Well, shit. I'll turn it off now. Click. You just made a noise with your mouth. That wasn't a thing. You didn't do anything. Now you're just giving me the silent treatment. That's not turning a voice module off. That's just not answering. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in the Lowgate Cemetery. I just said my voice module was off. Oh, he was the student who saw it? You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man Tusples, I mean. Surely he's not going to explain what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. I have turned my voice module back on. What an interesting twist. When, at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet, now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Check out my funky moves. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. Out of curiosity, wasn't his first name Frank? No, Enoch, never mind. 35? Bullshit, this man's 35. I would say he's at least in his 40s. What the fuck? Yeah, what? He's 42. He's 35? Ages in this fucking thing. Yeah, he's 33. What are these ages? I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. It's like, don't you fucking dare. Rubber saw a man come out of a grave. He probably got scared so much his hair. That is actually what was said earlier. That was actually what is said earlier. But even his face, I'm like, he's at least in his 40s. He's got the face of a 40-year-old.
Your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You'll tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish. In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor. I was lying. I wanted my 5 minutes of fame. Is that hard to believe? Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream on becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. What? How? I guess people saw you afterwards and were like, "Hey, look, it's the guy who saw who saw a zombie. Ooh, what a scientist!" Probably that, right? That's probably what it is. Oh, wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You would have to be screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. And yet. And yet, here we are. What? You're saying this article is not what the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Trevor and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. Isn't there a screw loose on his head? And is it loose? Isn't there a screw on his head? And is it loose? Well, I mean, there's technically a screw for his little eyepiece that he keeps fucking. It looks like he keeps like twirling around like it's a hair, like it's a fucking, like it's a girl's hair, a teenage girl's hair in a fucking teenage movie from the 90s. Hey, camera, focus. Focus up. Focus up. Hey, eyes up here. There you go. So, he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument?
Tell me what is. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
Eyes up here. Started to look somewhere else, so I'm like, hey, focus here. Right here. This one. This face. A somewhat masculine face. Oh shit, did I didn't. Fuck. Yeah, so I shaved everything basically today. And I forgot to fully shave my lip because I go once over with an automatic razor, an electric razor. That's what they're fucking called. An electric razor, and then another once over with a regular razor. And then I do the same thing for my whole face, and I forgot to do the once over on my lip. Shit. Oh well. I'll correct it before next stream. Probably tomorrow. Oh wait. Next stream is tomorrow. I will correct it for next stream. You see, look right there. That's more of a gear, isn't it, actually? That's right, grave robbing to be precise. Yes, I'm just going to I'm just going to admit to another crime in the courthouse. Wait, grave robbing isn't illegal, is it?
It's very illegal.
Shit. I didn't know that. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Park Bay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Weren't you a scientist? Not a paranormal fucking researcher?
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
It's also highly illegal.
It was years ago. You can't get me on it now, cop. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. Bullshit, you did. So you're on one of the so-called resurrectionists, particularly the unpresent scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the repurposers. They took the bodies and then made them mannequins. Realistic mannequins. Wouldn't it be better if all mannequins were realistic? We took out all their bones and shit. It really would, all their muscles and everything else that would decay, of course. Did a sex thing? No, he was a scientist. He was most likely taking the body and, you know, like, using it for scientific experiments.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
George, isn't it highly illegal too? Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. You see, I don't have one eye. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. Caused a great many headaches in the end. I had to leave the university because I was grave robbing. Which is highly illegal. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Missing an eye and arm, like, he has a robot hand at least. I almost want to say that the eye was from an accident and he just did that to his arm for science. Hell, it could be a robotic glove, you never know. Ah, yes. That was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have been something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with cross-examination now.
At once, my lord. Alright, what do we have in terms of court record things? We have my trusty armband, 10-year-old article, Trevor's contract, post-explosion photograph. Actually, let's do the 10-year-old article. Mr. Trevor's dreadful encounter. A real scientist interested in just some kind of bacteria to prove they cause stomach ulcers, so amputating your arm is still probably more metal. Yes, it is. Got that Luke Skywalker thing going on now.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely, you only need to look at the graveyard scene in my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and the spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? You don't want to know the answer to that question. There are some freaky people here in London. Any major hospital? A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though, obviously, they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from graves. That was all for the furtherance of science. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. Sarah tipped us. Blow my nose. Not because of that comment, but yeah. Problem with leaving a Kleenex box on the ground is that dog hair gets fucking everywhere. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. Yeah, I'm surprised the fucking judge didn't mention that.
Like divine retribution, and
They're like, also legal retribution, right?
oh yes, legal retribution as well.
If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Harebrain said the exact same. Was he stealing bodies, though? Body snatching? So the invasion started. All of a sudden, Trevor just goes, "Ah!" That's what they do in that movie, right? Pretty sure. if I remember correctly. From the references I've seen. I've never seen it. I haven't seen the whole movie either. I've just seen references to it. The MST3K did a whole episode on it. Not the movie, but during a completely separate movie, they did a plot in a subplot, you know? Like when they're not doing movies, there's a small plot. When they're not watching the movies, there's a small plot of in between segments. And one of the plots involved some of the characters getting replaced by body snatchers.
I'm quite speechless with the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Yes, I'm a freak. Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lovegate Cemetery, that's the reason. Lowgate, not Lovegate. Wrong cemetery. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. So if you didn't see a body, what did you see? I didn't see anything. Then why was it a regret? Then why do you have a regret of that day? Shut the fuck up.
Hold it.
Strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. What did you go to the police for, then? You didn't see a dead body rising from the grave. Then what the fuck did you run to the police for? Hello? They didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very near arrested myself. So, hold on. So you went to the police and, quote, lied to their face? What? Where is this going? So you didn't see a body, but you thought it would be a good idea to go up to the police, lie to them, and say, officers, I saw a dead body rising from the grave. Like, what the fuck is the plan there? If we believe that you didn't see a body, right? If we're supposed to believe that, what is the actual plan by going to the police and telling them you did see a dead body be resurrected from the grave? What is your plan? What is the plan? Where is this going? So you went to the papers instead. Oh, sorry, never mind. You didn't go to the cops. Don't worry about it. Wait, no, yes you did. Hold on. Yeah, yeah, okay. So you went to the police, they didn't believe you, so you went to the papers. So, bruh, I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was the reporters and gossip rags and the gutter press that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. Story was in every single paper at the time, except in some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. There she is. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? Tussbles. You're like, oh, gee. That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. So you did see the body? What? So you did see the body, but you're trying to lie to us that you didn't see the body. But you were attesting to what happened to that night, so you're saying you saw the body. Trevor, what the fuck are you doing? Is no one gonna catch him on this? Am I crazy? And from your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely. That's how I learned the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Okay. Newspaper reporters won't snoop around in matters that don't concern them. That's what the paparazzi is these days. And so-called internet journalists. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then? Well... Thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor at all, though. So again, you lied to the cops and thought that was a good idea. Bitch, you're lucky they didn't just beat you to death. Hold it! What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Thurgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Are you saying that you didn't see a body, but you saw a ghost instead? For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. For some unknown reason, it's not like there's dead bodies around and it's dark. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. You said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. So what did you fucking see then? Are you telling me that you were so fucking scared, you were running around the fucking cemetery grave robbing, that you were so scared because this was supposed to have a lot of ghosts in it, that you conjured something up? You hallucinated? Were you on LSD? Was this a bad trip? Sir, you're not making any fucking sense. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You would have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course. I'm pretty sure they did. Do you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night? I am so confused. Do I have any evidence? Do we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo? I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking steaming of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Ugh. Photograph of the victim, autopsy report, screwdriver, photography of balloon. These are all that's the head of the waxwork. Ah. Mad sheep rampage. I didn't even see that.
Hold it!
Guess I'm gonna keep pressing. The young woman being Madame Tusples, of course. Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went to by the name published in the article, and comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. Every time she appears. My waifu. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady had put £5 every time. Legas, a woman. Why don't you lay gas a woman at me? I want to feel included too. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission to, for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. French. Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera. Ah. Oh, yes. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. Just so I... Well, Podge, if you want to like us, you should. You want to like us, you should cosplay. You should cosplay as Tusples. It doesn't seem too hard. I would have to see a full model of her. I don't exactly know what she wears, but it doesn't seem too hard. Maybe next Halloween, I'm 99% joking, but other cosplay my level. Not until I get really into cosplay, alright? Not until I get really into, like, actually making cosplays. I want to at some point. But making cosplays is difficult. Hers, I'd have to get, like, prosthetic horns, a fuck ton of body paint. Like a fuck ton of body paint. A tail. And before you fucking suggest it, Potta, no. I'm not using a fucking plug tail. I know your brain. What about the muscles? Those I'm building on my own, baby. Once I actually, get down to work out. I've made excuses the last few nights. Most of them being, but I am retired. I said nothing about a plug, but since you brought it up.
You took your camera with you, sir. To what end?
To recall the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It is a part of this special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspel's way. It would seem then that this is the very camera that Mr. Trevor took with him at Locate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes. Interesting. Damn nose. The article you mean? This article you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes. Somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article. And he said to me, these in his exact words, I don't want no goddamn ghost seers in my scientific college. In that exact accent, too. I don't know how he got here. I don't know how the country accent got here to London. Carelessly let it slip that the night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of the university, you found employment as a somewhat specialist trade? If you mean a con artist, then yes. Combine your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic. Create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. I plead the fifth. Professor Albert Hairbrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. I didn't build that machine. It materialized. by sheer force of will. What's Trevor up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recount his claim? Recant. Wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Sai's past that you would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Trevor and Dr. Sai are working together now, and if Trevor were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. I'll be alright, see you in a second. In this case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Well, so stretch. Ooh. Why are my eyes fighting to stay open? Have to press. I'm pretty sure we have to press on this statement. I wouldn't know what to present. My only thinking is the 10-year-old article, but I don't think it's that. Objection. Or it could be as simple as that. Never mind. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Him? Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there. And you were not. I know what I didn't see. I know what I didn't fucking see. The illustration of this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist you witnessed. Figure emerging from the tomb, wearing an iron mask. Is that really the smoking gun? Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear a mask to hide his identity. Wasn't he removed, even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of his mask was not public knowledge.
Oh, that's why. Well, that would have been nice to know. And I wouldn't have been so fucking doubtful about, like, oh, maybe we just need to present the paper, but I don't think that's the. Ah. A lowly student of the University of London certainly would not have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you had seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable the artist would have included the mask in the illustration. Ugh!
Order! Well, Mr. Trevor.
I plead the fifth. I don't want to speak anymore. It's a viral scene, isn't it? If you look closely. As I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. So, the Iron Mask, then? What's with the Iron Mask? You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Only too happy to oblige. Can't believe he's still not going to concede at this point. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. I'm sorry, I didn't see a dead body rise from the grave. I saw an alive one. Flimsiest fucking... A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night. You know, other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he'd dug, my heart nearly stopped. It was filled in! So that's a terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally in celebrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from the bacteria during dissections.
Objection!
A gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest to breathe, then still once more.
You might assume the sexton discovered the miscreants that were perhaps fired upon one of them.
The gravedigger had saw someone in the cemetery. I think I might have been rather big news, my lord.
Ah, yes. Well,
Strange.
I can only assume it is an embellished embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Stab, 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 stab.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Madam Tusples, don't take it out on Mr. Shums. Oh, oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. It would be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? Tusples. I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now? You don't mind me saying, madame. What are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. There's no way to speak to a lady. Also, you're obstructing justice. What the fuck? Please, Madam Tusples, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I was at my door, and I was in a door. She was at my door, and I was in a door. Oh, oops, hold on. Oh, yeah. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. You were very explicit about the details. But the mask the figure was wearing, and the blood that splattered over your face when it was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all of this up!
That will do! Mr. Drebber,
Yes?
you refute the account just given by Madam Tusples?
I have no recollection of ever saying those things. It was so long ago. 10 years, to be exact. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any splattering blood. Let's see.
Let's see. Let's see. Hey, better. Let's see if Drebber's correct. Is there any bullet? Better. Is there any bullet? Better. Better. Is there any bullet? Better.
Oh, that's his shirt. And the oh, and the camera! Okay.
Better. Press the statement. Better.
Yet, Madam Tusples has testified you told her about both of these details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort. What would she have to gain lying about it? 10 years have passed. Material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word. Tell me, Madam Tusples. Saw something in the article. I will get to that in a second then. Hold on. Saw something in the article. This is in the grave. A gunshot rang out. Okay, yeah, it's still the article. Tell me, Madam Tusples. We? What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently splattered on him? Hello, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart.
I'm good for a sight after another.
And since Monsieur Drebber was at the time facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and splattered on his body. That is what he told me. So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it? Precisely, and I didn't forget it, because as long as I've already said, it never happened in the first place. Clearly lying. Only I had some evidence to prove it. Getting rid of winners in the road.
Hold it!
That's not what I meant to do, shit! Used to switching tabs by LB and RB. See. Yeah. Come on. Then what about this article, bitch? What? Wait. But the article says he heard a gunshot. Let's see then. How about we take a break and think this one over, Take a 10-minute, think this over. Alrighty, we're gonna go ahead and take our usual 10-minute break. So I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if they need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. We're back. I looked it up because I would not have thought to do this. You have to examine the front of the camera. And there's blood. I don't remember when the camera was even given to us. I didn't expect to have to examine the damn thing. And there's the blood. Alright, motherfucker, are you serious? Whatever, it's fine. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Almost irresistible, surely. I would assume the article that talked about a shot would fit. Yeah, no, see, a lot of the times, because I'm gonna quit this game one of these days. Oh, God, he's gonna be like, what do you mean I had to do this? What do you mean? Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. A fucking little gremlin. I have to take apart technology. It's in my nature. That's worrying. Yes, Potter tells the time by rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch. She has taken his watch and fucking ripped it apart so many times, and he's just like, I'm just gonna tell when I'm hungry. Well, Professor Mikitaba. Look, Mr. Naruto. What is it? On the pillows just there. There seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. Looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. I mean, what other time do you need? Only need to know when hungry and tired. And a third thing. That's such a man answer. That is... I'm not kidding. That is such a man answer. I don't need to know what time it is. I just need to know when I'm hungry, I'm tired, and when I need to go to the bathroom. Bathroom time. The details of the camera have been updated in the current record. Alright. I don't need to ask for directions. I'm a man. I know where I'm going. You know what I just noticed? So, my friend Dylan, you know him. He's he's been on the call a couple of times. He's an interesting character. He has always said that as a man, you don't need to learn how to drive because you're a man. You know how to drive. And he's always said that to me, you know, because I haven't learned to drive yet. He's always said that to me, and now I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, wow, maybe that's why I haven't learned how to drive. Maybe. That's frankly weird now. It's putting things into perspective. I love it. just love thinking about things like this. Anyway.
Objection!
Mr. Trevor, do you remember this camera? No, never seen it. Because man can drive? How does that work? He's got that kind of logic sometimes. He's like, you don't need to learn how to drive, you're a man. You already know how to drive. You need to learn how to drive. That was the logic he had too. He was like, I'm a man, I know how to drive. And I'm like, yeah, you went to driving school though, didn't you? Most likely because that's mandatory, but still. But that is the camera from the fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took to the cemetery with you that night, Mr. Trevor. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. Wait, he went to driving school? Then he had to learn. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he went to driving school. That's probably mandatory, right? I think. At least in some states. Is it mandatory in California? Now that I really think about it. Hold on. Now I'm curious and now I need to know. One of the first questions in Google is driving barefoot illegal? And then the second is driving without a license a crime. Driving school mandatory in California. There we go. In GTA San Andreas? Did you have to go to driving school in GTA San Andreas? What? Yes, drivers add 30 hours of a classroom and driver training. So yes, okay. Yes. So it is required. So if I ever brought up the argument, he's like, well, I had to. Wait, so is barefoot illegal? I feel like it would have been. So, if a man can drive inherently, does that mean as a woman, you can't know I would need to learn? In that logic, I inherently can't drive, but I would need to learn how to drive. But since he's a man, that whole thing. It's silly. It's just a like, part of me thinks it's a joke. And it probably is just for the bit, He has that type of bit. Someone if we are in Discord together and someone says Jesus in a call, he goes, yes. He said, or God, sometimes he does that too. Yes. And I'm like, will you? I love him though. He's a great guy. Like, legitimately, he's a good guy. But it's just he has some habits. We're taking to examine. We noticed that the lens extends forwards. We noticed that the lens extends forwards to the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? That just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah. I love it. Right now, I love it in Ace Attorney games when the prosecutor is on our side. They're like, at this fucking point, it's basically like, if the witness is this scummy that they're going to be that coy and stupid about lying, I'm gonna get in on this too. Like, this is like, as a prosecutor, I am also fighting for the truth. And if they're gonna just blatantly lie like this, that's right. It's rather conspicuous here, conspicuous mark here on the bellows. In fact. Wait, so is barefoot illegal? I feel like it would be technically, but still frowned upon. Yeah, I wouldn't know. Yeah, it's fun to have both sides on the same wavelength. 2v1 this man. 2v1 this cyborg? Question mark?
Good lord. Are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? Scythe is like, oh fuck. It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct. And that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Started typing, is it illegal? And first is to drive barefoot. And next is to talk to dolphins? Give me a second. I want to see if it's just Michigan Google. No, I'm getting a bunch of driving stuff, and that's probably because I just searched up driving stuff. Let me see if is it illegal. Yeah, no, I'm just getting driving stuff. Is it illegal to drive without shoes? Is it illegal to drive with headphones? Is it illegal to drive without insurance? Is it illegal to walk on the highway? People are so dumb. People are so fucking dumb, dude. It's almost impressive. Moni! My god, hey! Hello, it's been a while. Hello, sir. How are you doing? Oh my god. It has been a while. Almost 5 years. And a lot has changed in 5 years. Apparently it is illegal to talk in Texas to talk to dolphins. Texas, what the fuck? Wow, congrats. Yes, I know. Thank you. Or are you talking about the dolphins thing? Oh my god. I love you. I love them too. They're clip-on, but one of these days I'm getting actual earrings. One of these days. Just need to have, money. And a job. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. We all need money, unfortunately. Yeah, I know. Money makes the world go round. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. I don't remember the spelling of that word. It's fine. I know you're foreign, right? Correct? It's been 5 years. You're not from America. You're not from USA. Fuck. Yep, from Ecuador. Got it. Neat. In other words, the only explanation is that you were trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. I do not remember, Moni. You might have, like, I don't think you were usually on at the same time. Again, Moni was here like 5 years ago. Heated rivalry. I've heard, that's the hockey one, right? Hockey, correct? I think I've seen it. Not seen it, but like seen it promoted. Got it. Okay. It's a gay love story, isn't it? Like, it's gotta be. It's a gay drama about two hockey players that are rivals and fuck each other. Neat. Well, who's then? Who could benefit? Mr. Dravo is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. I'm so happy. I'm so glad. I'm. You know what? I've been doing a lot better than 5 years ago. Hello, Batata. How are you doing? I'm doing a lot better than I was 5 years ago. Wow, all the ingredients are here. Bacon and batata. Really great, thank you. I haven't started medically transitioning. I've just been socially. I've been trying to, eat me with cookies. Jesus Christ. If you've been watching B. Dylan Hollis, Eggy. I love him. Definitely. Protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone.
It's best not to look at the person you're shielding, Drebber. Broccoli has something. This is the most awkward channel I've been. Thank you? Yeah. This is the game from the memes. I love those memes. Which memes? There are a lot of Ace Attorney memes, but Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Oh, the objection? Yes, got it. This is not where they originated from. It's from the original Phoenix Wright game, but it's the game series. This is technically a spin-off. Technically a spin-off. It's more of a prequel. A very, very in the past prequel. 1800s prequel. Naruhodo is a Phoenix Wright is a descendant of Naruhodo.
Who is the witness trying to protect by lying about what she saw that night?
Courtney Scythe.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe?
Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor,
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
starting to remember your voiceovers while I'm feeling nostalgic. I still do them. I still do them for games that need it. And sometimes even for games that don't need it.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. Also, we can inflict voices. If only Snack was here, he'd do it for. Yes, Moni, we do have some channel point rewards that you can redeem. And most of them are voices. You inflict them on me for at least 2 minutes.
Objection!
But the fact is, there is a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of this misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner.
That sweater is so lovely. It's more of a long sleeve shirt, but it does absolutely have the feel of a sweater. It's really good. I love this. I love this shirt. It's Disney. It did me theme. Nice color too. I like this color. It might not look the best, on me, but I've yet to really experiment with, colors and what looks good on me and what doesn't, and what makes it look more flattering and stuff like that.
It would taint the honor of the...
Taint.
the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if it meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean...
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating with Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating. Lurk, I'll be back. I do need to... I should put the lurk command in there or something, I don't know. Just because the whole fucking Twitch thing with viewers... God, I hate that. Anything, anyway. It's fine. I don't get Twitch either. Yeah. Twitch has been making more and more fun mistakes in the recent years. But it's either this or YouTube, and honestly, I don't know how YouTube streaming works. And I like the emotes I have here. In order to protect her decade-old secret, she switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ah! More effective than the gavel. Leg. Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now.
Goodness me! Get your leg off of the off of the desk, please. This is not a couch.
Leglection. Legjection. God. It's the sort of tall-tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. And an executed killer rising from the dead. A Scotland Yard cover-up. Conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? I would assume that maybe she caught her mistake, right? Scythe caught her mistake, was like, oh shit, I didn't kill him, I need to go back and finish the job. Or there's another motive behind this. There's like, she didn't kill him for some reason, and then regretted it afterwards, and, you know, bang. But I don't know. Too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And yet, or there's more people and she is just the tip of the iceberg. That too, this is an Ace Attorney game, that can happen. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Yes.
Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered to research could warrant it.
To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. I gotta use the RX vape. Hold on. Has anyone else been getting those fucking vape commercials? It's like The Truth or whatever, about a girl getting buried in all her fucking vapes. Because I've been getting that shit constantly. That and the fucking one with the fucking taxidermied animals. Oh dear, what? Oh dear, what? It's such a fucking bad commercial. If you look, I understand that you don't want, especially young people, vaping. I understand that it's dangerous. I understand it. I understand. But here's the thing. Make your ads good. Don't make them annoying. These are annoying. The deer joke goes on for way longer than it needs to. It's so bad. And then the one with the girl with the vapes, it's not that one's super annoying, it's its frequency that it's annoying. Stop pushing it in every ad break that I have on YouTube. Like every ad break, I see that one. My God, it's so annoying. Oh. And I of course I skip them when I can. Sometimes I cannot skip the full deer joke taxidermy one. Sometimes I can, and sometimes I can't. So they have two versions of that commercial, one where you can skip and one you can't skip. Yeah. No, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. They have a few different versions of that commercial. The coyote or wolf turns and it goes, like, it could be used in taxidermy. And then one of the other taxidermy goes, formaldehyde, oh dear. And then the deer goes, what? And then there's another taxidermy animal goes, formaldehyde, oh dear. And the deer goes, what? And then another taxidermy animal says, I knew it. Oh dear. What? And then the wolf turns and goes, aren't you an elk? And then it cuts to another animal on a wall and it goes, I don't know what I am. And then it ends. I have there are, God, you've never heard the oh dear line? That is crazy. Because I've had it, like, sometimes I will have YouTube on in the background, right? In the background, and sometimes I'm doing something in the foreground that I cannot, like, alt tab to YouTube, and then, skip the ad. And sometimes, again, I'm not able to skip it. Every once in a while, I will not be able to skip that full fucking ad. Anyway, that's my rant. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Osmond at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? There's something that motivates everyone a little bit more than money sometimes. That's revenge. I don't know what you're seeking revenge for. I think you're seeking revenge. That's usually what happens in Ace Attorney games. The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim. No?
There is a contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. You can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for the government, for a government grant, but he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. The research grant was the aim. Taking Mr. Osmond's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. See? He was just trying to kill Mr. Osmond. My revenge theory is making a lot more sense, isn't it? But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? How do you explain why this engineer would throw all the caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
All right. Who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebba? The connection there that no one's seen yet, not even me. Now I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive that explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Let's see. Okay. What about the contract here? Let me examine the contract. Mr. Odie Asman hereby enters contract by Mr. Enoch Grabber to fund labor and materials for the construction of the super high voltage instantaneous creation machine. The Schwickum. The Schwickum. Wait a minute! Hold on. I know exactly. One of them is. Because look, Mr. Odie Asman. Okay, so this is one of them. I know this is one of them.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. It was written 10 years ago. And every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should have never been written. never been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. Evidence which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
Funny you mention that one, Judge. Not the contract. Because what we're talking about with the newspaper article is that Odie Asman was the one who made that article, or at the very least drew that picture, which made him lose his which made him get kicked out of the university. So my thought is maybe the science trophy in conjunction with this. It's like so Odie Asman was the reason he got kicked out of university, and he no longer pursued real science and couldn't become a scientist. The science trophy makes sense. To me, at least. I hope it makes sense to the judge. Options. Records. Save. Save. You hope and pray.
Take that!
I think it's fair to say that after your presentation, yeah, okay. We only have that this story.
Right, my lord, which is I presented on the piece of evidence to complete it. Clearly, my learned friend only had application. Wow, and irony wasn't included on the syllabus. I see it now. Play on syllabus and syllable. We were talking about the evidence. That was just a pun, Mr. Naruhodo. The irony was elsewhere. Oh. Yes. Sorry, my lord. Once I need to supplement the article. Now it's right in front of my eyes.
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence which was for present.
Okay, so it's not the trophy. I was thinking along the lines of, like Mr. Asman stripped away his science degree is a chance at being a scientist, and he was really good at science, which is why he had the trophy, and he always resented Mr. Asman because of that and wanted to kill him. Maybe it is the contract. It could be the contract because, hear me out on this, it has the same signature. Maybe he didn't recognize the name, but he recognized the signature. And he was like, Odie Asman, the man who ruined my life.
Take that!
Yes! Yes! I got it. It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. Seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us had missed. So, my friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between the newspaper article and the contract? Right here. What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed by the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical!
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman. I am defeated.
Objection!
Shutting down.
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about the article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper that's with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream on becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it was widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of the criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So, you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypothesis anyway. We all did. Only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all.
Gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead and show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent? And now we present the trophy. Finally.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? You found it in your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy, Council?
The greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious!
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Trevor? But even then, you're a genius in your field. You lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. Are you gonna get a crash out? When's the crash out coming? I don't know when you realized who Mr. Rasman was. When it dawned on you, he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life. It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. No crash out? Oh shit, you found out I was amazing. Damn, I shouldn't have been so amazing. Damn, you shouldn't have figured out I was a fucking genius. The truth is... Finally. Going to fold. No, he isn't. This is Ace Attorney. Who's that holder from? Ah! Huh. Fine. Clearly, this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot and to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No.
Good lord!
Is this... What?
Dr. Sight, do you realize what you're saying, woman?
It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago. I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. Tuspel standing there like, can I go back to my museum? He's like, excusez-moi, do I still need to be here? Because I have a wax museum to run. Can I have my my model back as well? I kind of need it. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. It was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. I assume we'll undo the mask at some point.
Hopefully.
All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. Made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect it had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. I mean, I'll twist the max coming out of Phoenix. I mean, is the trial really just going to end with Is the trial really just gonna end with Scythe just going, yeah, I did it? It's like that fucking. It's like that. It's like that make some noise skit. No. That was Game Changer at that point. That Game Changer skit. Yeah, I killed him. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out. Even collaborate with a murder. The great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Trevor, you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? Oh my god! My man! You know what? I respect you standing on your principles, but at this point, you're done. You're over. Your accomplice just admitted to fucking everything. Your accomplice just admitted, yeah, that was the plan. Yeah, no. I had my part in the plan. I did it. Drebber, my guy. Give up. The most stubborn. This is the most stubborn. This is the most stubborn motherfucker in any Ace Attorney game. I swear to God, at this point, this is the point where most Ace Attorney, where most dudes in Ace Attorney games give up. They crash out. They go fucking ballistic. My accomplice just admitted everything. Oh fuck. No, not Trevor. Trevor's just gonna keep lying his ass off, huh? What? Have you forgotten the kinesis machine is ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way that for you to prove I did anything wrong. He's kinda got us there.
Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He's certain to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks. Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not in the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Trevor.
Huh? The defendant
Is Professor Albert Harebrain.
very true. Slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
Either the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
Ah, well, at the very least, we got him not guilty. You mean?
At the present time, it's the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing at all. Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Sister Naruhodo! This feels... for a sex? Freudian slip. Freudian slip there, my friend. As I was saying, this victory feels... hollow. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. And the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matter to discuss.
No keyboard dumb. Why is X and C next? I don't know. I still think it's a bit of a Freudian slip. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. See? Feels a little hollow, doesn't it? Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Exactly. Like, this is so weird. Everything all right, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is this really what we want? The defense should be pushing for now is... We'll find that out after this break. After this short sponsor break. Gonna go ahead and go to our usual 10-minute break. So I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have anything that need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream. No, we don't. Well, we're gone. So I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. we're back. It has to be this one.
Objection.
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
What?
Everyone's like, what the? You won the trial, give up.
You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in your favor of your client, I presume.
What are you playing at now, my Nepalese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Ah, but you forget, Baron Van Zieks. I'm not. Mr. Norohuda, what exactly are you thinking? Truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it out in the open. Right. Yes. In hindsight. Yes. One word of warning before I go. If in the course of this trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. That's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of this case until the very last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. And his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you've wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting the business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection.
Fuck the bottle. Pray forgive my carelessness handling of that hallowing bottle. I slipped. Sorry to everyone in the audience that got splattered with wine. It was my bad. I'm back. What's happening now? We are pursuing further testimony, even though we were at the end of the trial. There's something that hasn't come out yet, I guess. That's what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You'll what? Lord Van Zieks?
This is most irregular, to say the least.
right there. Mother's technical ineptitude knows no bounds. I will be right back. I'm going to put you guys in a quick intermission. I won't run an ad this time, and I will be right back. See you in a bit. I would like to let everyone know that where am I? Sorry, I thought I heard something. I'd like to let everyone know that all I had to do for my mother was press a button. I asked, "Did you try and press that button?" And she said yes. And yet, the exit button, she had somehow gotten to a menu that she didn't want. That she was trying to play a DVD. She hit a button, and she didn't, and she was like, "Oh shit!" And I guess she either tried every button and it just somehow didn't work for her, or she didn't try anything and came in to me and just said, "Can you do this for me?" Even though it's one button. She's done it before. Anyway.
However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Stice, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well. The waxwork plot. My mom sits on the remote and goes, "I didn't do anything," as the show stops and closes. I will grant my mother this. She will lose the remote. The remote for the Fire Stick. I will grant her that it is small enough that she can lose it. But I have repeatedly told her, "Mom, I don't care how long you're going to put it down, you put it in the same spot every time." And for a while she did, and I didn't have to come in to find the remote. Do you know why she's watching her DVDs right now? Because she can't find the remote. And I have said that I refuse to help her anymore. Because at this point, what's the point? Because I can never find it. Because she always puts it, it always ends up in a place that I would have never looked. And then all of a sudden it fucking appears and my mom's like, oh, it was there. And I'm like, how did it get there? I don't know. We're the one who was handling it. I don't understand. I swear to God, when I move out, I'm gonna get calls. Nicholas, can you help me find the remote? No! I'm in another state. I'm gonna get calls about her laptop. I'm gonna get calls about her Fire Stick. I'm gonna get calls about the air fryer, even though she knows how to use that extensively. I'm gonna get calls about whatever the fuck. That one I'll give her. She's my mother. It's gonna be hard for her to transfer to she and Sarah. And also she can't do it all the time in the house because my dad is in the house too and he doesn't know. Well, I'll give her that one. I heard hard. Hello, Batata. Batata coming in and injecting some levity. Thank you. Let's continue the game. He might find out someday. Oh, yeah. No, I know when he's gonna find out. When I leave. I'm gonna bear it all out when I fucking leave, because I don't want to deal with him afterwards. To go a little bit more into detail with that. I'm gonna go no contact with my dad when I leave. Recently, we have been a lot more civil to each other. Hell, we've even laughed at some of the same jokes, and we've talked about some things. But I won't forgive him for the way he used to treat me, and the way he still treats my mom. It's not physical or anything, but it's very clearly abuse. The only time I ever want to see him is if I ever come home for the holidays. That's all. And I'm not even going to be there for him. I'm going to be there for Mom. Because as much as I'm saying like, oh my God, I'm so frustrated, I still love her. She still holds love for me. I still hold love for her. He just has a lot of issues. That, on the other hand, I don't find redeemable. So, anyway, let's get back to the fun lawyer game. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside the jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. Anyways, back to the fun stuff. Murder! Exactly, Potter. You know what I'm talking about. The body had to be arranged in certain ways. Using your subscriber badge to the best of your abilities, I see. We definitely needed some levity. Whew. Oh, this is what, if you ever wondered what would happen if you go off of your fucking antidepressants unwillingly, this is what happens. I need to call my psychiatrist on Monday and be like, hey, I had called them and they called me back and left a message. And I'm like, hey, can we schedule an appointment to do that, please? Because I'm not like suffering. I'm definitely just not as good as I usually am, though. Anyway, to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant. It's just my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. So she not only had, so Draper not only had one accomplice, he had a whole team of accomplices. Excuse me? She was basically like, if they were going down, I was going to bring them down with me. If I was going down, I was going to bring them down with me. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it by implicating every single one of my staff in a murder. It was so bad that I'm not gonna help the team gain favor with being used more. Exactly. They are trying to be used as like a state-wide thing. Forensics is trying to be used seriously in the world of law and science. And now she is being implicated and is now implicating all of her staff in a murder. Because she couldn't have let one secret get out. Had to protect it. Oh, buddy. Oh, man. So I was right. The stage and the sheen were all specifically designed for deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. That smile. I don't like that smile. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit. And then only under my explicit instructions. That does not help. my girl, this fucking scorched earth approach is not gonna help you. You could say the autopsy report needs to be. God damn it. Excellent job. That was a good joke. It was an excellent joke. So you could say the autopsy report needs to be updated. God. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. That still implicates your entire fucking forensic team!
We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose.
I guess.
I believe that testimony has clarified everything. No particular need for cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. Can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at the expression on Dr. Scythe's face. Oh, she did this on purpose. She wasn't coerced. Oh yeah, imagine the whole police force being implicated. That'd suck. Yeah, it's almost like if you... A whole force being implicated in something would be really bad. Really bad. Especially if they're proposed as law enforcement, right? Nothing like that going on in this country. I mean, what? What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so dogged? Oh, wow. Jesus, really? Also doggedly persistent.
Very well, if you so desire, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Hold on, the group chat is like going off. Give me a second. Sorry. Yeah.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounded like the note was anonymous. Naruhodo, it was signed the person who knows the truth about the incident 10 years ago. Not exactly anonymous. Do you have any idea who was behind it? Yes. Naruhodo, was you paying attention? There are very few people who know about what really happened 10 years ago, to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. No, I had no idea. What? Okay. Maybe not. Yet, despite not knowing who's behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse is bolted now. Stable's door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that.
As I understand it,
So technically, she will technically bring the whole fucking Scotland Yard down with her. Just not for this incident, for the incident 10 years ago. Girl. She's like scorched earth, no witnesses. Scorched earth, all witnesses. I guess.
so as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
Actual body of the victim is in code and instructions.
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage and used to carry the chick then? At least at that point, yes. It's quite obvious what had happened to the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork wrapped it and sent it by carriage to be the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably, so it could be recovered by Driver and returned to Madame Tussble's. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. Thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. There's always one idiot! Suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. Oh no, not present.
Hold it!
Press. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that the harebrain alone could have killed Asmund. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor.
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. Every other part, though, everyone was going down with me with those. Oh. There was a void under the stage, so I found a birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it. I leaned down, slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. Was it 30 feet?
My word.
This is Mr. Sato. Something about Dr. Sei's last statement. Staying on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe! There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. Defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? I want to supplement your testimony with it. Which part can we use? Probably true. The autopsy report. British. Bridge of a wound. useful to me. This is tough. I'm thinking of the real cause of death, but I'm gonna check the guide to make sure. Choose what she did to the victim. Okay. Okay, so I was on the right track with the photograph. Huh. Weird. Alright, whatever. It does matter. It does matter. What she did to the victim, I guess. Oh, you stabbed Mr. Asman in the chest. That part. Fine, if that's what you want. There's really no point. There's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. Concurs that we need to add the testimony, or the concurs that we don't need to point? Because you're also pointing. Wish, my lord. There was the victim's corpse where it lay on top of the in a top of cage and put a screwdriver in the chest. So, apparently, there is an inconsistency in the stab wound. I don't fucking see it, but sure.
Objection.
They'll point it out to us, I hope. Got a nasty feeling. This inconsistency points into an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? You lost your tongue?
No, I haven't. That's why I say an objection. Oh, you mean... I see. Absolutely, Naruhodo. The chest, I guess, is more center of the body? I guess, maybe. I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. It shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection.
The court has already examined the photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection.
That's what I thought too. Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But now we know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain.
Where in the
Photograph you see the alleged inconsistency of the witness's statement.
the wound?
Take that.
Look closely at the bloodstain. Okay, on the victim's chest. Lily extends downward toward the man's feet. Yes?
And why is that significant, Council?
The person playing you would also like to know, Mr. Naruhodo, why is that significant? The victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion. That's entirely expected.
Of course. No, that's not what happened.
Do you get it? Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now. At the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver inside the victim, was after the grand deception was set in motion, and the birdcage formed below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, Oh! Because, okay, so if it fell on the side and she stabbed it, right? It would go, oh! So he had to have been stabbed when he was upright. So she didn't stab him. Or at the very least, she didn't stab him then. It's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. The victim had really been stabbed while sitting inside the birdcage in that position. The blood from the wound would have spread out in, equally in all directions. Oh. Would it have? I thought it was just going to go to the side. For it to have formed a longitudinal appearance we see from the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. You didn't stab him who did. Whoever was in the audience. Huh. This is, in short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified the contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. I'm not sure what that is, though. I'm going to bullshit until I find it. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you offered a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of the claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that's the case... What is it, man? Wow. Holy shit. Van Zeeks doesn't know. Van Zeeks is like, I don't understand what's going on here.
Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story to be shown to be a lie?
Stabbing of the victim? The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood was downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. As you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have... And Zeus is like, I am lost as the player. Yeah. The player out there, she's confused too. I have no idea. I am with her. What do you mean? But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side beneath the stage. Yes, it would. Which tells us the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
Wait a minute, what? That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No. Wait, what? That was the misapprehension. He didn't die from the fall? What? No. No. What? Hello? When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. Yeah. Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He survived a 30-foot drop? He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. What? And how? What and how? Did this man survive a fucking 30-foot drop? The victim was in fact alive at that point in time. It changes everything. Maybe it was more cushioned than we thought? Ah. How, though? Mr. Odie Asman wasn't the killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Alva Hebray. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Ah!
Order! Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? He didn't know. He didn't know. She must have told them that he died in a... But why would he... But why would she? Huh? Huh? What? Hello? You would hope by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Rebber's scheme, the trial would end. For you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now. You're making all this up. As if I would do something like that.
Objection!
Ooh, Susato. I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Logic and facts alone. We owned you with logic and facts and logic. Anyway, ha! Logic, don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I have thought it obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason do I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in a number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. There is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there.
I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. She's implicated, my job is at risk too.
Truly, there's no obvious motive. There's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection.
No. When you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Asman, something did come to mind. It did? What?
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once.
Yes. We saw it yesterday, didn't we? Did we? Something that seemed strange. We had no reason to suspect it at the time. The Iron Mask? It's the Iron Mask. You've lost me. Huh? Sorry, Mr. Narrator, but why the Iron Mask? Well, of all the things I saw yesterday, it's left the greatest impression. So, clearly you have no idea what you're talking about. Ah, I must have said the wrong thing. Forgive the interruption, Dr. Scythe. But what my colleague meant to say was scalpels? Huh? What? See, this is what happens when you don't play a game for... How long has it been? That's what happens when you don't play a game for... almost a month to the day! Yeah, this is what happens. Did the game just let you say the wrong thing and still continue? Yeah, I guess they gave me levity at this point. They were like, maybe they won't think of scalpels. Oh, of course.
Did you say scalpels?
It would appear that the word has struck a chord, Doctor. You... Come on, go out with it! It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? Clearly the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but But one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? I'm buying 500 scalpels every month. And that was supposed to resonate with me? Why does that matter?
500 scalpels a month?
At first, I wondered why on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realized it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Huh? Asmon's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going. The forensic investigation team was funding Asmon's criminal empire? Would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, Mr. Asmon was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Dripper. He may very well stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Sight's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Oh, and that was supposed to be from 500 scalpels? That was supposed to resonate with me. That was... What do you fucking mean?
The darkest secret? Good lord, you mean...
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution. Wait, so, explain a bit. How is money moving? So, I could get this wrong, but... So, Asmon is extorting money from Scythe because Asmon knows her secret. And he's like, well, if you don't give me money, maybe I'll let the secret slip. So she, in the accounting ledger, is writing down that she is buying 500 scalpels a month, 500 scalpels, and, you know, putting the total, of course. But she's not actually buying 500 scalpels. That money is going from her to Asmon. They don't need 500 scalpels. They're not buying 500 scalpels. They are just saying they're buying 500 scalpels so that it doesn't seem suspicious. I guess 500 scalpels is still suspicious, but it's less suspicious than saying, I don't know where the money went. It is a medical research facility. So at the very least, well, 500 scalpels a month is probably excessive. Like if she used one a month, that's at most 32. So the math wasn't mathing. I'm not sure exactly why, and I could be wrong. I could be incredibly wrong for how this is happening, but that's what I think it is. I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. To silence the blackmailer you knew, who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. So is Trevor not an accomplice? He fully intended to kill the victim. So at the very least, he is still in trouble for conspiracy to murder. Very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of this case can never be properly established, unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for. To sever the hand that holds fate over yours all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining just like a little child. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Drebber.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all, in the name of revenge. I fucking knew it! Someone pick up that phone, cause I fucking called it was for revenge. Then again, I guess like most of these cases kind of end with, it was for revenge. Revenge for the future, Mr. Asman's article deprived you of 10 years later. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Aspen, did it? Which is where the very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict you saw rising from the grave at Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. In your account of those events were all true. Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. Oh shit. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. On Dr. Scythe, to be precise. It was a year ago. Some extraordinary twist of fate. Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled the bogus autopsy being appointed head of new forensic team. When I learned the news, my cognitive processes started to devise a plan. A horrid tale. He robbed me of my future. I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him. For revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge. At least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely for selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? We're not there yet. We're not there yet, Potter. We'll get there. Hopefully. Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. You had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded as a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago. Others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. That whole shit was heavy. My God.
Lord Vanzix. What of Dr. Scythe?
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted. She's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber.
Most regrettable situation indeed. He's made great contributions to the profession over the years. He is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
Yes?
Seems there is a great deal more to your experience than you realize.
Yes, I forgot this isn't a trial for them.
However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial.
Longer, mind you, than the rest of the trials of the game. Technically. I was looking through how many cases we have and, like, how many parts they have to them. This has the most parts. Most investigations, most trials. You know, it's got investigation part 1, trials part 1 and 2, investigation 2, and then parts 3 and 4, where all the others have investigation, trial, investigation, trial. Or investigation, trial. Or even trial, investigation, trial. Wonder if it sets up a later thing so it throws some twists and you extend it. Oh, it definitely does. There's no way it would. There's no way it wouldn't. The whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. I've been, me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor, I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. Hairbrain, no. And the worst of it is, in this process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater peoples than I. No, Professor, that's not true. Huh? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Trevor. What happened was his doing and his alone. The outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. What Van Zieks? Derision with which you referred to yourself earlier. Calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone. To realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you. Back.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty.
Van Zieks is being based. Absolutely. He's absolutely correct too. No one deserves to be derided for the things they enjoy, for the things they passionately believe in and want to make happen. No one deserves that, especially for something like wanting to make teleportation possible. Shit, that's good. That is ambitious as hell. Man.
In this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections?
None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
I still don't get why there is a child here. What's that? He's done? He's done, is he? It's all over?
I don't know what's becoming out these days. I don't recognise the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty.
Confetti! Fireworks inside! I just forget that they have the fireworks too.
Court is adjourned.
You might not get to see who's under the mask. At least, not this trial. I have a feeling he is very connected to what is about to happen in the next two trials, whatever the fuck that is. They wouldn't set that up if he weren't. It's over. Was some trial. Yeah, it did feel like it was longer than it needed to be. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Herbrain. Oh, I bet we see the face when dealing with Scythe or whatever happened 10 years ago. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Sato. I am truly, truly beside myself with gratitude. Oh, how could I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realized you were caught up in a bad situation. Ah! Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you. Every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear, what can I do? Aha! How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, it's just as a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Susato, shush, I want to get paid. oh my. Yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Who is saying? Eric. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here? Beric. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? Yeah, we got complimented. I always knew you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here? While I'm here in town. It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no! Oh, hold on a minute, Beric. What about the great exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Beric. Lord Van Zeeks. What's all this about? Yeah, what does he know? A necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. Susato, what? What does she know? Susato, what do you mean? You do? Well, Iris told me when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago. He asked how Mr. Natsumi was doing. Yes, that's right. Being surprised at the time, I think it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsumi is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6... He doesn't want the Reaper's curse to affect one of his very few true friends. And he stood with the Reaper as the prosecutor. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. It's been the pattern up till now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. Wait a minute. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Okay, Mr. Natsume's safe. Professor Hairbrain's gonna be safe. Gina's still here. How long has Gina been out? Yeah, True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. Truly innocent are spared. Oh, okay. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Eric. Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Your French aid package get any say in it? If not friend, why French aid? Can I pet your French-shaped package, Mr. Van Zieks? I would like to, touch that French-shaped package. I mean, if not friend, then my French-shaped. Friend-shaped, like in Resi. Goodness! Was this your intention all along, Lord Van Zieks? In court, will people think of him as the Reaper? This man seems absolutely merciless. Her brain has a liquor when? Whenever I get an artist friend. I mean, we have Sunflower, and we have Snake, who is starting to art. So maybe he can try. That would be neat. That'd be funny to see. But I mean, Sunflower hasn't been to streams, and she has not been to the Resident Evil streams, so she does not know about Friend. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. Time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes. Alright. Well then, Mr. Naruto? Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor, the Professor Brain. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Taking this very well. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? Thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. You spare me some time. You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. But that was strange. Very. For some reason, I didn't get the sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The enigma, Baron Van Zieks, Beric Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom. Here goes then. Okay, so we're almost at time. I'm seeing this through to the end. But before I do that, I have to use the ladies' room. So I'm going to put you guys on a very short intermission. So I'll be right back. Okay? Okay. See you then. See you in a couple minutes. Told you it'd only be a few minutes. Alright. See what he has to say, and what he has to say in the courtroom. So, you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes. Yeah. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you just saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. Part of it is, well, I mean, part of it is that, but you clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led you to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? Professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint, my brother, was Clint Vanzies. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions, a key member of the judiciary. Looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. Sorry, the crying eyes from Sato. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems, foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations too, to share knowledge and ideas. As a part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh! If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. It's minor. Training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father? He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. My first encounter with the Nipponese spirit made a very great impression on me. 6 years later, when it happened, investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects. Just an ever-growing list of victims. In the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. Lost his life to the killer, but his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it's a great loss. Found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive disciplinary diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. It is why the particular killer's appearance in the court was conducted as a closed trial. He was one of the students. The British public had known the identity of the killer. Not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my. You mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
Oh, shit.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Are we really ready for this?
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before.
No!
Was Japanese.
Are we forgetting something here? That... I know he's dead, but that looks a little bit like someone we know. Someone who's a father, maybe to Sato.
Wait a minute. That face.
Uh-huh.
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
No, maybe it's not. I don't know. Huh?
Father.
What? Huh?
What? Father?
Huh? It's him.
Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh,
The sword, yeah. I would like my sword back.
Karuma. The great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul. He couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened,
How did he survive?
it was
though?
Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
There's a lot of questions now.
With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Wait, passed through the generations. Wait, does that mean his father killed? Wait.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
What is happening? He's gonna cut his father's head off, isn't he? Or just slice him in two.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about.
Yeah,
but
I
now
know.
is not the time.
What?
I'll be seeing you.
Wait, no, wait. No, wait. You just gonna let him leave?
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Where's Barrick in all of this? Where did Barrick go? There he is. Oh, he's a living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes. Kazuma Isugi. My best friend. A few months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Cosima Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? When he was suffering amnesia, too. And Zeke's over in the corner like, I guess I'll wait. The man was apprehended, even executed. His legacy just won't die. Sad truth. I mean, he's doing... It's not like he killed people. Not like Kazuma killed people. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Though I didn't expect to be reminded that to be revealed that the person who killed my father has a child. 10 years ago. Started a little bit. My grandmother took me to the railway station. She was there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. What's this Sato-san? Oh, he's tied up with painful memories of her, too. He's never talked about this before, though. It took time to adjust having father around. But just when I was getting used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London. And that friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me that the boy had made a promise to his late father. So he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name is Kazuma Isugi. So, you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Thank you. Jesus Christ. Why do you want to be a defense lawyer? Then there's gonna be a twist. The father was not actually the killer. I have a distinct feeling because in the last trial of most every most every Ace Attorney game, we get a different prosecutor. I have a feeling that we're going to be going up against Cosma in either the 2 last trials or just the last trial, because that's usually the MO of an Ace Attorney game. But anyway, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Oh my god. Well, that was case 3. I hope y'all enjoyed that one. Because holy fuck, that was long. Holy fuck, that had a lot of revealed. And holy fuck, we're done with it. Jesus Christ. Well. Well, I mean, that's all we have the time for today. So, thank y'all for coming out, of course. Thank y'all for coming out and, staying, 17 to 20-ish minutes, after, so that we could finish that chapter and see what the fuck was going on. And, yeah. So the next time you will be seeing me is tomorrow for, a less deep game in the form of Super Mario Galaxy. And then Tuesday we might start with some makeup stuff just to see. I might also do it before that, but still. And then, of course, Thursday, we're back for more of Super Mario Galaxy, unless we finish it on tomorrow, which probably not. Let's be honest here. And then on this next Saturday, we'll be back to Nier. We're going to be rotating this. It's going to be Nier, Ace, Nier, Ace, Nier, Ace, Nier, Ace until at least one of them finishes. Nier! Mer! Mer! Near. Far! Far! Also, did you like my title when I first played it? Near, far, wherever you are. Near, far, wherever you are. And I know. Anyway. Until you see me on Sunday, though, tomorrow, I hope you're all having a wonderful night/day wherever the hell you live. And, bye.
We are so glad you came. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye now. Bye. Bye-bye. Remember, please discard all candy wrappers and popcorn containers in the nearest trash receptacle.